Hello everyone, welcome to the stream, welcome to another day in Azeroth. I really appreciate everybody joining me today. Dragon's Bane, Wayne, Tanita, Carrie, Lael, Lars, Marie, Towan, Frosty Gaming, welcome to the stream. Jose, Happy New Year to you. What is new, what is good today, guys? Let's see, I emptied out our inventory back in Stormwind. We also caught a Dragon Slayer buff, which was nice. I still have a Zandalar buff trapped in my Chrono Boon Displacer. We got our mount last time, for those of you who might have missed that. And yeah, we're halfway through level 40. We did an Uldaman run. We realized that we are way too low of a level to do Uldaman. So today we're going to do some questing in the Badlands. And that is the plan to start us off, and we'll see where that goes. How am I doing today? I am doing fantastic. It's another great day. David, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, I would say for anybody thinking about coming back now, like start up a character, that's fine. Don't push too hard to level up. The pre-patch brings lots of changes. And chief among those changes is that leveling is going to be a little bit smoother. Like the XP needed to level is going to be reduced. In many zones they've added quests. So just like start the character that you want and just have a nice, slow, relaxing time. Because things are about to get a little bit faster come TBC. And all of the system changes will be in on the 13th. Alright, I have to remember I have a mount. And then with any luck, we'll have about 4 weeks of pre-patch for people to level up before the Dark Portal opens. With any luck. I still don't think, like, as of today, I don't think they've announced the actual release date. To Wowhead we go. No. The last classic news was 14 days ago, was the last time there was anything to talk about as far as TBC. Oh, here we go. How long will the Burning Crusade pre-patch last on anniversary servers? Blizzard has yet to answer these questions officially. Okay, so they officially still have not put out a date. Speculation is that the Dark Portal is going to open on February 10. So I don't know how long of a pre-patch that is. But that would be that would be 4 weeks. Yeah, 4 weeks of pre-patch would put the Dark Portal opening on February 10, which sounds good. Everyone at Blizz is probably still on Christmas break until next week. Not everyone, but the people who make choices, the people who make decisions, yeah, those people are all on holiday. Who said February 10 yesterday? Somebody who reads Wowhead more consistently than I read Wowhead, because it took me a minute and a half of looking at Wowhead to find that. So yeah, it was somebody who reads Wowhead more than me. Was it you? Was it you, CNET? I'm assuming that everybody basically reads Wowhead more than I do. It was you. See, you found the Wowhead article. Let's see, what do I want to do first? Let's... Okay, while it's still kind of early, let's go over to the west. And we'll check out the rock elemental situation. There's a rock elemental quest, but a lot of times higher level characters farm these guys out for mats. And it's hard to find spawns, but I think like maybe with people caring about endgame a little less and prepping for TBC a little more, maybe there won't be as many max level characters hanging out over here. I mean, 4 weeks is 4 weeks, right? That's where their speculation is coming from. Their speculation is, what is 4 weeks? Okay, 4 weeks is typical pre-patch. That puts it on February 10. But then again, the first time TBC Classic came out, we only had a 2-week pre-patch. No, 2 weeks was not enough a few years ago, and it wouldn't be enough today, but we'll see what they do.
Can I help you?
Study of elements rock. And then, I don't know what this one is. I'm not gonna grab that one right now. Let's go see if we can find any elementals. Okay, we have a level 39 Tauren warrior who's about to die. That's good. Since we have the Dragon Slayer buff, I'm probably going to save my poisons for a while. I don't even know if I can affect elementals with my poisons, so I'm just going to save the mats. Wow. Level 40 Orc Hunter, and then level 42 Dwarf Hunter. Okay, well, I mean, I've seen worse. I've seen it more farmed out than this. I don't know. I don't know. The thing is, there's a follow-up, and I'd very much like to do the follow-up too. I just don't want to spend too much time between fighting mobs. But we might be able to dip down into the lower area and fight some of the wildlife if we're waiting on spawns. Just to keep our XP per hour going. Yeah, I'm starting to think, even on this character, even though we're level 40, I don't know if there's any way I cap this character before pre-patch launches. Now that we're in January, and it's January 2nd, I'm just thinking like, wow, like, is there even any chance that I can cap this character. I don't know if there is. I don't even know if we can get them to 58 before the pre-patch. Yeah, I don't know if there is enough time. Not to do it in any way that's not going to make me want to go insane or... Yeah. I'm not into it. There's no way to do it in time in a way that's not going to burn me out. But we'll see. I mean, I'm going to play as much as I can. With my kid going back to school this week, the streams are going to be earlier. So I'm probably going to be streaming 10 o'clock my time until 2 o'clock my time, which for some of you guys is going to be way too early. For some of you, it's not going to matter. But yeah, if I'm going to stream while my kid is in school, if those are going to be daytime streams, then they're going to be earlier. And then depending on how things are going and how we're looking, I might try to work in some evening streams. If I feel like we're close to 58, but we're not gonna quite get it, then I'll work in some evening streams for some extra time. If I have the energy, I don't know. I don't know how I'll feel. We'll have to see. Yeah, there'll still be weekends. I don't know if it's worth doing this. I keep running into this situation where I can kill very fast, and that's going to be most of my XP, and I just don't know if it's worth it to hang out on quests like this when we're just not getting any kills. There are so many other mobs here that I could fight, and even though this is part of a 2-quest chain, I don't know if the quest XP is worth me standing around not doing anything. I don't know if it's worth it. Oh man, okay, let's see. Maybe I'll just work my way through the interior and then up here to the ogre area to grab that crate. And we'll just kind of fight stuff as we go. The thing I hate about the mount, man, is that the mount is kind of like, it's making me not fight as much already. And I need to be fighting everything as I go. Because otherwise, we're just going to get behind the leveling curve. I'm not going to do any kind of repetitive leveling that's going to burn me out. That's why I don't think I'll make it, because I'm probably going to mainly quest. That's why I think it's going to take me too long. It's because mainly we're just going to quest. Or grind. We'll quest or grind, but we're not just going to, like, run a billion Blackrock Depths runs or anything like that. Because that will burn me out. Alright, with a lot of these guys being close to our level, maybe we will apply some poisons here. Just to make things go a little bit faster. We'll pop an agility potion. Karen, good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. Wayne, thanks for being here today. Hope you're doing well. Exponent Poet, welcome. Thanks for joining us. So I kind of have to start thinking about like what my plan is. What is my goal here? We're level 40. We're too young to go to Tannerus. We're too young to really go anywhere. All we can really do is we can be in the Badlands or we can be in Stranglethorn. I feel like everything else is kind of either too low or too high of a level. Yeah, wouldn't apartments in the main cities be much cooler than what there is? It'd be great to have like a Stormwind apartment, like in the Mage Quarter, overlooking the beautiful little garden area in the Mage Quarter. Like that's what I want my window to see. I would much rather have like a Stormwind City apartment than like a contrived little neighborhood. Especially because I'm going to spend basically no time in it. I just think it'd be a neat thing to have. Somewhere to park myself for rested XP or something. Housing is kind of meh right now. I mean, for me, it's always going to be meh. It could be the best housing system ever to be created in any game ever, and I just don't care. I just don't care about housing. I'm not the kind of player that cares about housing. And yeah, I just don't care. To me, it's just a big distraction and a big waste of time. There's other games to play in the world. You know, there's like other things to do, other games. I don't need to get on WoW and spend 10 hours a week like working on my WoW house. I don't care. I'd rather spend my time playing some Hades 2 or like Tales of Arise or whatever JRPG I'm playing. I would rather take that 10 hours and invest it into something else. You're not gonna trap me in retail WoW. No matter how many other game features you add to it, you're not gonna trap me there ever again, so. Yeah, I would really rather you fix the core game design first and make the game into an actual video game that human beings can play. And then once you have a sound MMORPG that stands on its own and has a decent new player experience, maybe when you have all those ducks in a row, maybe you can go out and you can do something like housing. But to put something like housing in with the state that I feel like the game has been in for the past 6 or 7 years, I don't like it. It feels like just a gimmick to get people to come do that specific thing, and now they want real money from people for the currency to buy house parts. It seems like a money-making gimmick to get people to resub, to get people to blow money, and not really something that's necessarily going to make the game great again, or even something that's going to make the game much better. Because the places where the game really struggles, like attracting new players, getting people interested, having the leveling make sense, the game still struggles in those places, and it's going to struggle in those places for years. It's going to struggle getting new players, retaining new players, teaching people the game, having a game that actually feels like a game. Like, it's going to struggle in those areas until Last Titan's through and we're in the next era. Like, it's horrible. It's horrible. But in the meantime, hey, there's housing. Yay! A new player can't get into the game because of how stupid it feels. And how disconnected and like nonsensical everything seems to be. But at least we have housing. I just can't get behind it. Like, housing is something you do when your game is amazing, stands on its own, and is just in a really great place. It's not something you do when your game is struggling in so many different areas. Oh yeah, me too. Every once in a while I jump back in. It's not that it's I know what's going on, but it's like I can objectively see that as a new player, like, things wouldn't make sense. Like, as a new player, the way you get into the game and the way, and then even if it makes sense, it's not even like it doesn't make sense necessarily. Even if you make sense out of it, it's just really lame. Like, going from Exile's Reach into Dragonflight feels really, really lame. It feels boring. It feels like no stakes. You don't know or care about any of the characters. I know who the characters are, and I don't care about them the way they're presented in Dragonflight. And so it's not even that if it doesn't make sense. Like, let's say it all makes perfect sense. Well, it's still really boring, and it's still really lame. And it's still not really a Warcraft story. Yeah, you don't get any information or like lore about the factions. It just doesn't feel like Warcraft at all. So I don't know. It's still in really bad shape. And then leveling sucks. You know, leveling sucks because it happens too fast. Your character typically either your character either feels way too powerful or way too weak, depending on how the level scaling has decided to be effective or ineffective depending on what level you are. You could hit instances where the enemies are way too easy, or you could hit a level where you didn't get any gear and suddenly the enemies are way too difficult. Since there's no levels, there's no consistent RPG feeling of difficulty progression and gearing up and getting stronger and overcoming those difficulties. What's going on up top here? Oh, we got elites up here. I see a quest. I just don't know if this is like a real quest or if it's something that drops off an enemy. I don't know what it is. I'm gonna try to sneak into this cave and find out. Dragon's Bane, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. A true rant. That was a pretty sizable rant. I'm sorry. Not everyone comes here to hear rants, but sometimes I can't help myself. I don't see a quest, or is this is the back entrance, isn't it? Yeah, I think this is simply the back entrance to Uldaman. No quest to pick up here. The cutscenes that you see when you start a new character in WoW are almost comically cartoonish. They are basically the most comedic, cartoonish, silly representations of Warcraft I have ever seen in my life. I don't really like any of them. I don't really like any of the cutscenes in Dragonflight. I think they're all very much the same. They're just very cartoony, very Disney, very like kids Saturday morning cartoon dialogue. Like, none of it's good. None of it's good. It's pretty. Everything looks really, really pretty. But none of it's good. Alright, I'm gonna shut up and play the game now. You guys all know how I feel about retail at this point. I doubt I'm gonna play at midnight. I doubt I'm gonna play Last Titan. And it sucks because, you know, some parts of the game are fun. Like Mythic Plus is fun for me. I enjoy challenging 5-man content. I'm just not willing to experience any of the rest of the game or any of the rest of the systems, because I think the rest of the game and the rest of the systems just really aren't for me. And the story is certainly not for me. So I think I'm gonna wait until after Last Titan, and then, you know, by then I'll probably be happily playing Classic Plus, and I'll have no reason to ever come back to Modern WoW. But we'll see what they do with the world after Last Titan, and maybe I'll come back for that. I'm hoping that they time it so that we can do TBC, and then we could do Wrath of the Lich King Anniversary, and then by the time Wrath is done, that's when Classic Plus needs to be out. They need to make sure they time it. They have about 3 years to put out Classic Plus. So let's hope they've been working on it. Let's hope they've been working on Classic Plus and they have like the foundation laid, and hopefully we'll see something at BlizzCon this year, like some big announcement. Because if they want to take Anniversary through Wrath, they have about 3 years, and then after that we really need to be in Classic Plus. I don't really need I don't need medium leather. I don't need heavy leather. I have so much leather shoved in my bank, and it doesn't sell for anything that I'm basically done wasting my time skinning green mobs. If it's a green skin, I'm not gonna bother with it. I'm just gonna move on to the next. I don't know if it's that they necessarily catered just to a younger generation, or if they were catering to a specific type of human being. I think perhaps they were catering too much, you know, they've been catering too much to a certain kind of envisioned human being in the last 5 or 6 years. We don't have to get into like specifics on what this supposed human being looks like or what they believe in, or the things that they like and don't like. We don't have to get into all that, but I just feel like it's more of the case that they have been developing a game for the idea of a person, the idea of a fan that doesn't exist. I don't think they've been developing like this, as far as the story and the characters and the setting. If we're talking about just the story of the characters and the setting, I don't think they're developing that necessarily for a young generation. I think that they have made up an audience in their mind at one point. They wanted to develop for a certain type of individual, and that fell flat. It fell flat with basically everybody, even people who didn't mind the story, because that type of person they imagine is not real. They were developing for an audience that quite simply doesn't really exist. Instead of developing a game and a story and characters for WoW fans, they made up what they wanted a WoW fan to be like, and then they tried to make up a story, a character, and lore for that made-up person. And also, I don't think anybody in Blizz is really just... I don't think they're good writers. And if you're not a good writer, you know, and there are no good writers on the team, you can have good ideas, and then they'll come off poorly in execution because your writers are garbage. And I don't think they prioritize writing as an art form. I think they have lots of people do writing, and they're not necessarily writers. That's another part of the problem. Chris Metzen will save us. I mean, I don't care. I'm over it. Like I said, if they do a reboot, if they reboot everything after Last Titan, then I'll come back and check out the lore and story. I have zero interest. Basically, ever since BFA, I've had no interest in the story since after Legion. Zero interest in the story, zero interest in the characters. I thought all of their narrative arcs were silly. I thought all of their character development has been incredibly lacking when it has existed at all, because usually there just is no character development whatsoever, except maybe they get a new wardrobe. And I don't really care what they do with it from here on out. I'm not interested, and it'll take a big reboot, a big revamp, and like, it'll take new lore and new characters and a new world for me to give a crap. Until then, I'll live in whatever iteration of Classic they give me. And, you know, if I ever get a Classic Plus where I can get, like, new characters, new story, new places, new things going on, like, if I can ever get that in Classic Plus, I'll be happy. And if I don't get it in Classic Plus, it's okay that I don't get it from WoW either. Like, I can go play other games. You know, I can go play games that prioritize the story and the characters a little bit more than what usually happens here. I wish they would avoid direct storytelling altogether. See, this is the confusing thing, is that World of Warcraft, it was never about direct narrative storytelling. It was never about, let's follow these characters around and just be a witness to their adventures from the viewpoint of the character. That was never what WoW was about, and that was why WoW was really good. World of Warcraft had passive storytelling, where things are happening in the world, things are happening in the zones, you read the quest, and you put those pieces together, but it all happens at the same time. You're not going through like a narrative MSQ. And it's just confusing to me, the choice to lean so heavily into following an MSQ when it's clearly like, you're not good at it. You're not good at it. It doesn't lend itself to the World of Warcraft. It doesn't lend itself to how people have wanted to play their character. How long have we been complaining that we're the champion, or we're the mall walker, or we're the great hero? How long is that? That's been annoying people since it started. As soon as we became the champion, everybody who played WoW was annoyed. If the narrative choices you do are annoying to the player base, maybe you just don't do them. We never needed an MSQ. We never needed to feel like we were just following these main world characters and watching their exploits from the back seat, standing there mute in cutscenes. We didn't ask for that, and WoW didn't need that. That was never a part of WoW, and the lack of it is part of what made the game really great. The lack of that direct, forced storytelling is what made the world immersive. It's what lets people get into their character and experience the game their way. When you force somebody into a storyline, that storyline better be fucking amazing. And if your storyline is not fucking amazing, don't force people through it. Don't do that, because that's bad. Nobody wants to be forced through a mediocre or bad story. And so I just don't... They clearly never had writers. They clearly never valued writers. The way like Final Fantasy 14 does, the way that Elder Scrolls Online obviously does. So why lean into a writer-heavy format when you don't have writers, when the people you do have writing are not good, and when you don't explicitly hire writers, like, and then you fire all of your WoW historians? Why even lean into that way of making a video game? It just seems counterintuitive. It literally just makes no sense. You could have just keep the storytelling out of the game. Like, just keep doing it the way you were doing it. Just give me the quest text. Sure, there's stuff going on, but I don't have to be sitting there watching a lady's feet dangle in every cutscene while an elf I don't care about chatters and self-loathes. Like, I don't need to be subjected to those things. I didn't ask for them, and I don't like them. So I just don't get it. So I hope when they do the reboot that they go back to more organic storytelling like what exists in Classic, and I hope for a while at least they just steer clear of the direct MSQ, must follow this boring story with these characters I don't care about type of deal. Because if it's not going to be amazing, you don't want to force people through the content. Mobile gotchas have better story than some storylines in modern WoW. I mean, that's probably true, yeah. Yeah, you hate MSQs and MMOs. There's a million single-player games with better storytelling. Exactly, and that's what I've realized in recent years. You know, if I want a story-driven game, like, I'll play Metaphor Refantagio. Like, I'll play Final Fantasy VII Remake. Like, there's so many games that are all about the story, that are gonna give you a better story, because story is their focus. Yeah, and that has never been WoW. That's never what I've wanted from WoW. And I don't think anybody who's played WoW for a long time ever wanted that. You know, I don't think any of us ever sat there and said, man, I wish we can get some more main story questing, just like that other game that just has you do main story quests forever. Like, no, none of us ever thought that. So it's just weird that we've ended up here. It's weird that we've ended up with modern WoW the way that it is, because when you think about it, there was no impetus for them to lean so heavily into this MSQ type of situation. It's not at all like the game they made back in 2004, and it's not at all the game that people want to play, I don't think, in most cases. Maybe some people really like the story. Like, I'm sure there are people out there that are like huge fans of the story, but I feel like that has to be like far and in between these days. SH, welcome to the stream, buddy. Happy New Year to you. Demon Hunter, thanks for joining us today. I have a main hand sword. Yeah, we're using swords in both of our hands. We are combat swords. That's what we're speccing into. So at this point, we only ever use swords. I saw him winding up that frostbolt. I was just hoping that maybe he would miss. But he didn't miss. How have I found the rogue? The rogue is amazing. The rogue has been so much fun that I went from a person that never played rogues to knowing this is going to be my main for TBC. Yeah, the rogue has been a real joy. Well, we were doing okay here for a minute, and we were finding plenty of things to kill, and now everyone's here. I'm going to peel out of this area for a bit. Let's go kill some wildlife. Until some of these people are gone. There's just way too many people vying for these mobs right now. And I want to actually be killing stuff. Am I running any dungeons today? I don't think so, because I'm not really where I need to be to run anything. We did Oldemon yesterday, and it was a successful run, but not because of me. I am about 3 or 4 levels too young to go into Oldemon. I'd like to be at least level 43, but if I ever do it again. I just couldn't hit anything. From like the middle of the dungeon on, things were too high of a level for me to hit. We're just into like a betwixt area. All we can do now is grind, basically. We don't have a lot of quests to do in any one zone. We don't have any dungeons we can really do besides Cathedral, and Cathedral's going to start having diminishing returns. Yeah, there's just not a lot we can do besides grind. I mean, I could run Cathedral 700 more times. Son of a biscuit. And that might get me where I need to be to go into like Tannerus, but I don't really want to do that. Nobody on the Alliance side does Razor Fendowns. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. Nobody on the Alliance side does those dungeons. It takes way too long to travel out to them on the Alliance side. In a world where we had summoning stones, then more groups would probably do them. But prior to that, nobody on the Alliance side does those. The Horde have it much better. If you like doing lots and lots of different dungeons as you level up, then you have to play Horde side. Like, if that's important to you. Being able to do all the RFK, RFD, Shadowfang Keep, Wailing Caverns. Like, if you really want to do all those, then you have to play Horde side. And then on the Horde side, the only thing you miss out on is Dead Mines and Stockades, and nobody cares about Stockades. And I've seen some Horde groups do Dead Mines because you can get there, but I don't think it happens often. I think I might try to hit level 41 here, and then we'll go back to Stranglethorn, and we might be able to start doing the pirate stuff down around the Booty Bay area. I think that's the plan. It's the best plan that I can come up with.
Hi.
Is that a Kroll Blade? No, it's not a Kroll Blade. I'm level 40.
Safe
It just has the same artwork icon as the Kroll Blade.
off with you.
It's the butcher.
Soon. Watch your back.
Boop. Let's see. Fiery Blaze enchants we don't need. Now we have a quest for scrap from the ogres. We can go fight the ogres up here in this northeastern corner and they could drop the scrap. If they're not being farmed out, then it's an okay farming spot with some wildlife nearby if we need. Oh, we also need buzzard wings, so any buzzards we see, we need to make sure that we stop and kill them. I have a feeling that this hunter has either already killed all of the ogres or they're going to kill them all right now. Let's see. Yeah. I don't see any ogres. And I don't see ogre bodies. So perhaps respawn soon. But we still have hunter. We still have a hunter-sized problem. Oh, now we got a warlock. Okay. Alright, I get it. Every single corner of Azeroth is farmed out. I understand. I am getting the message. Yeah, everybody's on. Yeah, everybody's on and everybody's playing. So the population numbers have been like through the roof. Basically, since they gave us that like 3-day long Dragon Slayer buff, like for some reason that's what got everybody to come back and realize that TBC was coming out soon. And then yeah, since then it's been just like more and more people on every day. You add in the holiday break and yeah, servers are quite busy. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. You know, on the one hand, everyone wants to be on the most populated server. On the other hand, everyone hates having to vie for quest items and quest mobs. It is the proverbial double-edged sword. And the other thing that's happening is that this is not just people doing the quest. We're not just seeing people backed up in questing areas. We're seeing people doing what I'm trying to do, which is like fight anything anywhere. And the people are just trying to fight anything anywhere, and we're having trouble with that. That's how many people are out killing stuff. Are these the EU servers? Yes, this is Thunderstrike EU. You can't find servers for TBC because there is no TBC right now. TBC pre-patch begins on the 13th of January. If you're interested, excuse me, if you're interested in TBC, you want to play on the anniversary realms. You're looking for the normal or PvP anniversary realms. Those are the realms that are going to be moving into TBC. Pre-patch is on the 13th, and we don't know when the full release is, but the full release of TBC may be sometime around February 10. Yeah, if you're already on Thunderstrike, yes, just keep playing on Thunderstrike, and as TBC rolls out, you will move into the TBC era automatically. The nets got us. Like, both of these guys having nets just really screwed us. It's so crazy. This is probably the craziest way I've ever died. Is just having two guys like chain net me, just keep netting me and then backing off of me and then netting me. I've never seen anything like that. That's awesome. Good for them. Yeah, I wonder if there's anything that sells really well in the auction house right now. From the prices I've seen, nothing's really selling for a lot. No leather is selling. No cloth is selling. I wonder if ore and minerals are still a way to make money leading up to TBC, or if the economy is kind of like in a low price recession right now before the new materials come out. Certain green items sell for a lot, like of the bear stuff still sells, of the monkey stuff is selling for a ton. A match for jewel crafting might sell, so people stocking up on ores. So for jewel crafting, you're popping stacks of ore, like 5 ore at a time, to see if there's jewels inside. So maybe selling raw ore right now might be good for people that are trying to get ready to power up jewel crafting. That's a good thought. Yeah, if you're planning to go jewel crafting, stock up on your mats now, right? That's actually not a bad idea. Oh, you know what? Maybe my Draenei Paladin is going to be a jewel crafter. Yep, I think that's what I'm going to do. And I think I have a bunch of ore on my Hunter, because my Hunter is a miner engineer. Yeah, I think my Draenei is going to be a jewel crafter. That would be nice to be able to do for my alts and stuff. And make everybody's gems. Paladin Draenei is going to be my alt. I'm going to do a prop pally, and they're just going to be an alt. Nothing serious. I haven't done any collecting, any planning, and we just now thought about professions. I'm hoping it'll be something fun to do through pre-patch, assuming that I can get this character to like level 58 at least before pre-patch. Then I would like to play a Draenei for pre-patch. But we'll have to see how it goes, because right now I feel like there's no way I can make it. I have about 12 days. I can play for an average of 4 hours a day. 12 times 4 is 48, 40 something. It's like 40 hours, okay? And I'm level 40. And that means I have about 100 hours of gameplay before I get to level 58. 100 minus 40 leaves me wanting. It leaves me wanting like 60 more hours that I just don't have. So I don't know what's gonna happen. I might end up having to play this character through pre-patch just to get them to 58. Let's go check on the Earth Elementals. See if maybe we can tag one. We haven't gotten any of their items, but then again, I only killed a few of them. Were any new professions added in TBC? Yeah, jewel crafting was. Jewel crafting... Ooh, was that it? Was Inscription... Inscription was Wrath of the Lich King, right? I think just jewel crafting was added in TBC. And then I think in Wrath we got Inscription. Because we got glyphs. Oh my god, this guy is level 45. Where did he come from? I've never seen him before. I'm glad I didn't jump down on top of him and try to engage him. That might have been embarrassing. Was he a rare? He wasn't marked with a silver dragon. He might have just been a red mob. I just don't know where he would have come from. He seemed to have been maybe chasing somebody or resetting from having chased somebody. He was like a lava elemental. I love that the rogue's cooldowns are on timers where basically every time I get myself into trouble and I overpull something, I have at least one cooldown, off cooldown, to help me deal with it. Whether it's Adrenaline Rush, or it's Blade Flurry, or it's Evasion, like typically every time I overpull, I just naturally have at least one cooldown that's going to help me get out of that situation. Whereas on the warrior, you know, you had like you had recklessness. That's like a half-hour cooldown. You had another one that was like a half-hour cooldown, and it's like, okay, I'm getting into trouble more than every half hour because I'm a melee class. And on the rogue, it kind of just feels perfect. Do I want to go in on these guys? I'm gonna pull at least 2 of them. If I do that, we can probably get this guy. Geo, good evening to you and welcome to the stream. I need to put my poisons back up. Well, just wait 10 more years, man. You just gotta survive 10 more years, and then most jobs will be handled by robots. Most jobs. The jobs that are purely jobs, you know, the kind of jobs that you do just to make money. Most of those jobs will be handled by non-human intervention in like a decade. Anything tedious, which are most things. Anything tedious that doesn't require creativity will just be handled either by AI or a robot or some combination of those two things. And that's as it should be. You don't, you know, most people don't derive pleasure out of things that they would strictly call a job. You know, a job being defined as simply something that you go do with the expressed outcome being to make money. You know, a job is something you do, just the only outcome that you're interested in is that you make money. And nobody really wants to work like that or live like that. We all want to do work, but nobody wants to do a job. And so let the robots handle the jobs. And let the AI handle the jobs, and let human beings find professions and education and vocations and art and skills and trades and crafts. Let humans do all the things that only humans can do, and let robots and AI handle the jobs. Art will be replicated by AI, but real art, real stories, real music will always be something that humans make. And people will always respect that more, and also when it comes to interactions and transactions, they'll also always be willing to pay more for art and to experience art that's created by another human. Because art and music and stories, it's one of the ways that we connect to each other as people. And so, you know, while art and stories and things will definitely be, you know, taken up by AI, and, you know, it will never be a replacement. And you'll sense the quality. Whereas when you're driving a car, you can't sense the quality in the car whether a robot turned all the lugs or a human hand turned all the lugs. It's all the same. You know, there is no expression of skill just because the human turns the wrench. There is no expression of art, so let the robot turn the wrench. Let the robot push the button. And let the human make things that only humans can make. Chaos, I'm doing well today. Thanks for joining us. Bill and Ted will save us? Maybe. It's possible. Should I give up on this quest line? I think I should. We've gotten 0 of the shards, and I kind of loop back around every once in a while just to check on it, but I feel like we're wasting our time by even doing that. What we could do is we could head farther south, and there's a bigger group of ogres down here, and maybe we can fight some of the ogres, and we might be able to do the metal scraps. I don't think we're gonna get this one done. Maybe you have soup warming up if I'm interested. I am interested. Yeah. If you let me know when it's done, I might just take a little break. Take like a 5-minute break to refill my coffee and eat some soup. Thank you so much. Is it too early for a break? It's pretty early for a break, but you know, strike when the soup is hot. That's what I always say. If you want to leave it on like a low heat, I will come up soon. Well, soon might be when I hit level 41. But if you could just keep it on like a really low heat, maybe that would be okay. Gerald, good evening, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, the reality is, without my wife, I couldn't be here doing this at all. Yeah, I absolutely wouldn't be here right now. If not for my wife and her support. True story. This particular soup is home-crafted, homemade. It's not Campbell's. It's not even Progresso. My wife has been playing a ton of Hades 2. Like a ton of Hades 2. And I've been playing some Hades 2 as well. Amazing game. And why this is relevant is because I think like Hades 2 is expressing itself in the kitchen. And now she's like making more homemade soups, because as she explained to me, the soup pot is like the cauldron. That's like her witch's cauldron from Hades 2. And she insists, though, that most of what she's putting in the soups is edible, so we should be okay. Does my family play WoW? No, I play WoW. We all play games, but we all play different games. You know, my son is 10 years old. He has the games that he likes. My wife enjoys the games that she likes, which are mostly on the consoles. And I play WoW. Yep, and it works that way. It would be really boring if we all played the exact same game and were never exposed to like any other games and didn't play any other games. That'd be really boring. Can I show how to change servers? It depends on what you mean. Do you mean choose a different server from the list to make a character on, or do you mean move your character from one server to another? Because the second thing is a paid service. The first thing I could probably demonstrate real fast, but it really depends on what you mean. There should be a change server button. If you're looking at your character creation screen, up in the top right of the character create screen, there should be a server select or change server button, something like that. And that'll usually get you to the server list. And from there, you got to look at the drop downs on the bottom to make sure that you're either choosing anniversary or classic era. We almost got all of them. It was close. I think I'm gonna run away and live to fight another day. I love the Tauren who sat back and watched just to see like if I would get myself killed or not. That was cute. We'll go loot him in a minute. The retail game client and the classic game clients are all different. There are 3 different installable game clients for WoW. You can install a classic era client that covers your anniversary realms, your hardcore, and your classic era realms. You can install Mist of Pandaria Classic. That's its own dropdown with its own client. That'll let you play Mist of Pandaria Classic. And then there's the modern WoW install, which lets you get into War Within. So these are 3 different installable clients. You will find these in the dropdown that is below your account name. So you'll have 2 dropdowns, one for account selection and one for game type. So you want to look in the game type and select either Classic, Mist of Pandaria Classic, or you'll have a modern WoW tab. That's just retail WoW. And they're all different installs. If you just want to play classic anniversary realms, just install the classic client. If you're just playing Mist of Pandaria, click on that in the dropdown and install the Mist of Pandaria client. And you'll see the Battle.net kind of change like colors and theme depending on which one you have selected in your dropdown. For instance, the Mist of Pandaria it'll make your Battle.net background like a greenish with a Mist of Pandaria stuff on it. Like you'll see the visual change once you've selected the dropdown. Please buy some flash powder. I know, right? Oh my god, I need some flash powder so bad. I just like, there's never a reagent vendor, and then when I'm in the town, I don't think about it when I'm in town. Somebody might have to remind me the next time we go to a town. Once we hit level 41, I'm going to take us back to Booty Bay. Maybe there's a reagent vendor somewhere in Booty Bay that I haven't found yet. Because yeah, I would love to be able to vanish. You know, how cool would that be? Is Guild Wars over? No, Guild Wars is not over. I'm just not recording anything right now. Right now, I'm focused on streaming, and all my time has been spent on the streams recently because I'm really excited for TBC. I will be revisiting Guild Wars Reforged. It's just going to be soon. I'm gonna try to start getting some recordings out once my kid goes back to school. I'm gonna see how things go, but it's not over. I'm just on a break because I'm focused on this right now. The vanishing powder is from the poisons vendor, not the reagents vendor. That makes no sense. This is a reagent. This is not a poison, and so I kind of hope it would also be available at any reagent vendor. But I'll check both. If it's the poison vendor, then I can only get that in a major city. We're only going to go there sometimes. But if it's a reagent vendor, then I can find those in more places. So we'll see. Yeah, the shady dealers. Yeah, I mean, I bought poison stuff, so I know who you're talking about. I thought the vanishing powder we can get at any reagent vendor, but we'll check it out. Next time I find one, then I'll just have to buy a bunch, because the only ones I know about are in the capital cities. Go loot the group. I forgot all about the group. They've probably respawned by now. I'm sure their bodies are long gone. Yeah, that was a while ago. You know what happened is I said we were gonna go loot it, and then my brain like checked the box that said, "Good job. That would be the smart thing to do. You're awesome, Robert." And I got a little bit of endorphins, and then I said, "Okay," and then I just moved on and never thought about it again. And by now, I don't think those bodies are gonna be up. There's probably epics. Each of those bodies probably had an epic on it, if I had to guess. These worm hunters are very, very annoying. Just saying. Almost level 41. Yeah, we have about 50 more mobs to kill. 50 more mobs to kill if you want to count. Alright, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pop our Zandalari buff. We lost the Onyxia buff when I died, like a long time ago. We'll pop the Zandalari buff out and we'll put an agility potion on. You see, this was the camp, right? Yeah, these bodies are gone. I don't necessarily need to do that again, though. If a body has an epic drop, it won't vanish. It has to. You know what I mean? Like, eventually the body has to vanish. You know what I mean? Like, maybe it stays for a long time, but inevitably the corpse has to vanish from the game world in that layer. Inevitably, it has to. But maybe it takes a long time. Yeah, like there's no bodies here, so I don't think we lost any epics. I need a way to get out of nets and traps. This is painful fighting these guys. Yeah, maybe if you log out, right, that makes sense. Like if you log out and you've been logged out for 15 minutes, like then it would vanish. It's probably something like that. It'd be cool if you didn't loot it for a certain amount of time, it would open the looting up to anyone. That'd be cool. They'd have to make the mobs stay in the world longer for that. Like the mobs would have to stick around longer, but that would be cool. You just come across bodies that are still sparkly and you didn't kill them. It's like somebody else's loot from like 10 minutes ago that they never looted. You could loot the skins people leave on the ground. That would be cool, yeah. It'd probably cause some kind of problems, but it'd be cool. And maybe the body vanishes and it leaves just like a sparkly on the ground you can click, and if you click the sparkly, that's the loot. The loot is the sparkle animation. Like the body disappears and the sparklies stay. Level 44. No. No, thank you. I don't need level 44. Poison supply vendors also in South Shore and Lakeshire. Okay, okay. So maybe there's more of them than I think. The real question is there one in Booty Bay? Because Booty Bay is where we're headed after we hit 41. And I have a Hearthstone set there, so we will be making no stops. It's a one-way trip straight to the bay. Might be a chest in the Ogre Cave. If there is, our tracking should pick it up. I can get close. And we can see if our treasure tracking picks anything up. We haven't had a single blue item like world drop on this character yet. So I'm hoping for something good eventually. I'd love to get an epic before we move into TBC era. It'd be really great to see an epic world drop. I don't think I've seen, well, I saw one in Sod. I don't know if Sod counts. I got an epic staff to drop randomly in Season of Discovery. I don't know if that counts. Other than that, I don't think I've looted an epic world drop since Classic came out. Not while we've been in like Classic era. Yeah, I don't see anything dinging on my map, but then again, we can't see really far into the cave. Maybe if I step my toes in a little bit, we can see more. Okay. I guess if they're mostly mages that don't have a lot of armor, we can probably deal with them. Even if they're level 44. Oh yeah, there's something back here. Yeah, there is a chest back here. It's just a solid chest though. I might have to take these two together. You know what? Oh, that did not work. Okay, let's line of sight a little bit here. Oh god. Ooh. Ow, that was painful. Ooh, I felt that one. 3 frost bolts straight to the face. Goodbye, Zandalari buff. It was nice having you for the 3 minutes that we had you. Nice of you to be with us for that time. Where are we? Okay, here we are. Good thing it isn't hardcore. No, forget that. I lost my Zandalari buff. I held on to that in a Chrono Boon display. I have to start playing smarter. That was just I was dumb. I shouldn't have gone so far. I could have stealthed back there. I could have used stealth to get the chest. I knew that the proximity of the mages was trouble, and I just need to think more about my poor world buff. Dang it, we only got to use like 2 minutes of it. Oh my god, what a waste. Oh, I was trying to sap one of them. They detected me in stealth. That's what happened. I was about to sap the one on the right, and he saw me before I even got close enough to be in melee range. And after that, I kind of spazzed out a little bit. I was like, what do I do? And then, you know, the best laid plans and all that. This is gonna be tough. Oh, cool. I managed to get into stealth as we respawn. That's... Oh, shoot. Okay. Alright. I'd rather not die again so soon. But it looks like it's very likely that we will do that. Let's see if we can just leash him. The respawns out here are not going to make that easy. This is why one needs vanishing powder. Seven HP. Wow. Okay. We need one more metal scrap and then we can stop dealing with these guys. I don't have blinding powder either. I think I need a reagent for blind. All right. Let's try to finish this one up. There we go. What are the odds that we ding if we turn this in? Oh, we have 2 quests to turn in. Okay, I think, like, between these 2 quests, we should hit level 41. I have to believe it.
How you doing? Be good. Have a good one. Keep it real.
Might be a good idea to vendor.
Time is money, friend. Glad I could help.
Well, I'm gonna do leather working. I'm just waiting. Yeah, we're just stashing all the leather for now. Eventually, before we go through the dark portal, I'm just gonna take all my leather and we'll level up leatherworking. And then anything that we don't have that we need, we'll just buy more mats on the auction house by then. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait. Because you're not gonna be able to make anything great for yourself as you go with leatherworking. So there's no reason not to just like do what I've been doing. I've been throwing all the leather in our bank. We have a ton of heavy, a ton of thick. And we're just going to do it after we reach level. Right now we're at 150, so we have a decent start.
See you soon.
We'll just wait till we're at level, then we'll go to Darnassus and we'll stand by the leatherworking trainer and we'll do it all then.
Safe travels.
but we're definitely going to do it.
Watch your back. See you soon.
There we go. All right. I think for now, back to Stranglethorn we go. I'm going to do some of the pirate stuff. Maybe we can do some other things. We have troll stuff to do, and we should be in a pretty good position to do it. Thank you, guys. Let's go ahead and we will spend our talent point. I don't think I'm taking this weapon expertise right now. I think I want to go over to the assassination tree. I want to start going into crit chance, and then I would love to do improved slice and dice and murder. But yeah, I think I'm going to go here, here, and here, and we'll see how that works. All right, I am going to go AFK for a couple minutes. I'm going to have a little snack. My wife made me some soup a little bit ago, and I'm going to refill my coffee, and I will be back. And we will pick things up right here. I will see you guys in a bit. All right, we are back. Thank you guys for hanging out. All right, so we are thinking about the pirate quest. We also have a couple of troll quests further north that we can do. But yeah, let's head out, and just right away here we will do the first and second pirate quest. Should be a couple of other quests to pick up. There should be a quest for snuff, and then I think a guy lost his eyeball, and that quest should be available now too. If somebody invites us to a group for RFD, I will get on the boat to Ratchet, and we can do RFD. How about that? I'm not gonna make a group. I'm not gonna do that, but I will sit in the queue. And then if I get invited to a group, I will go do it. Oh yeah, this way. We gotta go down here by the shore. Or do I not have this quest? Is this a quest that I picked up and then I dropped? I think so. I think I need to go pick this quest back up. We should have a quest to come over here in this area and get an item off the table. But I don't have it. So I have to assume that maybe we dropped it at some point to make space in the burgeoning quest log. Let's see. Yep, okay, yep. Blood Cell Buccaneers. I ran right by him. My bad. Go again.
Yo! Hurry back!
Looks like the area has been thoroughly cleared out for us. We just get to swoop in here and grab the item. And then this will turn into the kill quest. I would have liked to had some pirates to kill. But what are you going to do? You know what, as a matter of fact, this pirate quest we're about to try to do is often a place that players bottleneck. Typically everyone's looking for swashbucklers, and the number of swashbucklers is limited. CNET doesn't want to do it. I already know that. We talked about it yesterday. I only vaguely want to do RFD just as something to change things up, but I know CNET does not want to play as Pally there. Unless he's had a change of heart, which he's probably at the gym right now, if I had to guess. I'm only like vaguely interested in doing it.
Money, friend.
If all the stars were to align, then...
What's up? Glad I could help. Hurry back. Interest you on the pint?
Greetings, ancestors watch over you. Goodbye.
Interesting.
See, this is what the RFD queue looks like most of the time. Like, there are a handful of people interested, but just not enough people, and we don't have any tanks. Oh, keep an eye out. I need to grab the keep an eye out quest. That's the guy that lost his eyeball. Can I... Nope, not quite. Did we determine if there was a vendor here or not for Vanishing Dust? I don't know if I ever saw us confirm that. Ah, this guy is in the alley.
Greetings, for the Alliance.
Oof, my quest log. Oh, my poor quest log. Zanzil's secret we can drop for now. Voodoo dues we can drop for now.
King's honor, friend. Go with honor, friend.
It'd be really cool if I could go to Ironforge and turn in some of these quests that we did in Uldaman. That would be good. Yeah, the Horde side got the good dungeon placement. Like, the placement of the dungeons compared to where the Horde quest and where the Horde can travel, it's just superior to the Alliance. And then the Burning Crusade stuff is all, you know, balanced out. So it's okay. You know what? For these guys, I think we want crippling poison on the offhand. Because these guys, a lot of these guys are going to try to run. And we might be dealing with some dense camps. Look at that, we found the eyeball right away. That's pretty lucky. Let's see what kind of luck we have with the swashbuckler spawns and with finding the items that we're looking for on the ground. Because that's going to be the real trick. Did I get stuff for Vanish? No. I wasn't... I did not see a vendor, no. So, if there is a vendor, I don't know where they're at. Nope, I mean I have plenty of poisons. Like, we're not out of poison stuff by any means. I just don't have Vanishing Powder. We got a mithril bound trunk. I've never fished up a mithril trunk. So that's a first. So what have we got inside these? A bolt of rune cloth, okay. We got a green out of that one. Royal Scepter of Spirits. Oh, that's an offhand item. That's neat looking. It's a neat offhand item. Risen from the Dead, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. That is very kind of you. Thanks for being here with us.
How are you? Have a good one.
Do I want to take a party on this one? I mean, I guess this will get the kill quest done. I mean, you know, the kill XP is so much more. I kind of don't even want the group. I'd almost rather just compete for mobs and kill other stuff while we're out here. You can send me some aquadynamic fish attractors. I mean, sure, if you want to. I wouldn't be opposed. Right now I'm using the bright baubles that I bought a while back, and those have been okay. Those have gotten me like where I need to be for Stranglethorn fishing. So far we've been lucky with the charts, and we got the eyeball. We got the dude's missing eyeball right away. And a lot of times that takes a while. It's like a sight as bag type of deal usually. Yeah, like this group is okay. We're still not getting any swashbucklers, so I don't really know what the point of it is. I'm just gonna solo this. I'm gonna run back and forth. I'll fight the crabs and stuff for filler. But I think I'd rather just solo it. Especially since we already got the charts, the maps. We don't need to worry about clearing the big camp. Here we go. So we got a couple of swashbucklers up over here. See if we can quickly get in here and tag both of these guys. We disarmed him, he disarmed us. Fun times. Karen, have a good rest of your evening. Take care, we'll see you next time. Am I thinking of Feralus after Stranglethorn? Yeah, I think Feralus we can start doing stuff around level 42, 43. Same thing with Tannerus. Like basically, if we get to level 42 or 43, we can start dipping our toes into both Tannerus and Feralus. And I think the rest of what we have here should be enough to get us there with some grinding. But that's when, you know, the brakes are put on to leveling. Like, that's when things really start to slow down. Once you start getting into Tannerus and Feralus, you gotta hope that you can get enough levels out of that to start doing stuff in Felwood and Ungoro. I would say that there's definitely just a flat-out shortage of enemies to fight in this area. That's just really what it boils down to. There's not enough here to support the number of players that are bottlenecking on this quest. So the question is, do we continue to run back and forth here, or do we move on to a more grind-worthy type of area? I don't know. I kind of liked what we did when we carved our way up the coast, up into these open areas, and we fought the raptors, and we worked our way all the way up to the water island. I kind of liked that path. That was a pretty good grinding path once we gave up on finding the gorillas and we kind of carved our way up the western coast. There was plenty of raptors to fight along the way. Yeah. We might find Tethys. You know, last time somebody ninja'd him from us. And I'm just wondering, because otherwise we're going to run back and forth. We're looking for, what, like 5 more, 6 or 7 more swashbucklers? We're looking for a number of swashbucklers greater than the number that I've seen. And I just feel like we're wasting time. Yeah, we're gonna go a different way. Mm-hmm. Okay, well we have Nagas back here, but we don't need Nagas yet. Maybe we'll come out over here in this area. Well, that was close. We must have aggroed a third unit. Well, I never thought I would say this, but this game needs more pirates. Just a severe lack of pirates. Why am I not skinning? Because I don't need the skins. Right now I'm focused on grinding for XP. I have piles and piles of medium and heavy and thick leather, and I just don't need the skins. I don't know if I'm laser focused. It's more like a floodlight than it is a laser. But yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of focusing on leveling. Because I'm kind of getting worried about how much time I have to play before pre-patch hits. So I am focusing on kills and like sustaining my kill rate over basically anything else. And just keeping my momentum going. As long as we have momentum, like, we're gonna be fine, but... yeah, just focusing on that. That guy was half dead and ninja'd the mob anyway. He was. He had very low HP. I think he anticipated that I would hit it and get some aggro on it, but I just decided to ignore it and let it go after him instead. I'm sure he's fine. Chico Smith, happy Friday to you, buddy. Thanks for joining us. It's the most Monday feeling Friday ever. Alright, we're gonna head out to the water elemental island another time and see if we have better luck than we had yesterday. We got 2 out of 6 items, so we're looking for 4 more. Unfortunately, not a 100% drop rate on this one. Am I in a queue? I don't think I'm in a queue anymore. I think at some point I was out of the queue. Maybe I popped into a... You know what happened? We popped in for a group for like 10 seconds over on the beach. That took me out of the queue. I've been out of the queue for a while. That's okay. I'm kind of really into what I'm doing. I'm just gonna keep at it. We'll do Uldaman again, but not until I'm like level 43. A lot of elementals up today. I'm gonna grab a few of them. Should you do a specific profession depending on your class? Everybody has different opinions about that. I don't think so. You should do the profession that interests you, that you think will be useful to you, that you think you'll be able to level up all the way. And then there are professions like alchemy and herbalism that are useful for everybody. I would say, like, you want to avoid stuff that makes no sense. Like, you probably wouldn't level up a mage as an engineer. Minor, it just, you know, unless you really wanted to be an engineer, that was your fantasy for the character, I don't know. But for the most part, you can do what you want. Compared to yesterday, this island is very quiet today. Lots of mobs up and not a lot of other players. There we go. That is 6 out of 6. Maybe now we can go over into the troll areas. We'll cut across this way. And we can go after the Skull Splitter Tusk as well as the fetishes. That sounds good. And we'll just keep killing everything we come across as we go. That's felt pretty good too. Then again, the inventory is going to become a situation soon. Let's fight our way up to the rebel camp. And then we'll vendor. And then we'll head down this way. Did I say rebel camp? I meant hunter camp. I don't know what I said. It's possible that I said rebel camp. We're gonna go to the close one.
Greetings. Be careful.
See, now we had talked about Razorfen Downs like an hour and a half ago. It was a long time ago. And I didn't really want to do it. What I did was I put myself in the queue for a little bit, and I said, you know, if we get an invite to a group that's ready to go, then I'll do it. But I didn't want to put any effort into it. And after our conversation yesterday, I assumed you weren't interested in RFD. So I didn't feel like it was relevant to bother you with it. Since we'd already talked about it and I wasn't extremely keen on doing it myself, I just thought, you know, if a group wants to invite me, I'm right here, I can jump in the boat to Ratchet, I could go do it. But I'm not in a... I'm not feeling a dire urge to do it. I kind of like just kind of grinding like I've been doing. I don't know if doing RFD is going to be better XP per minute than what I'm already getting. XP per minute. It's the new metric we're tracking here. Yeah, RFD. I just thought, hey, for something different, you know, we could do RFD, but I don't really care if we skip it. Do we think we can solo bag Thera? We could try. If we can find them. Yeah, the only gear I care about on this character for now are weapons, and we have weapons covered. Alright, no bag Thera spotted at the moment. So I'm gonna keep moving south, and we're gonna head for the troll area. Do any of my family members play WoW? Yeah, my wife has played in the past. She played during Mists of Pandaria. She played a little bit a couple years ago. My son has tried it. They like other games, and I like them playing other games. I feel like it would be a very boring household if we all just played WoW. But yeah, they've played it. We did not get the tag. At least we got an invite. That was nice. Kind of want to avoid that patrol of 3 if we can, so I'm going to leave the skull on their head. And we're going to look for easier targets. Like maybe some of these guys. Did I get flash powder? No, I couldn't find a reagent vendor in Booty Bay. So we are still without the flash powder. But that's okay. Well, I mean, no big surprise. Everything here is dead. That has been the story of our life. Everywhere we go, everything is already dead. We'll look around for the shady goods vendor next time we're in Booty Bay. I looked around a little bit and didn't see him. Why do the Horde have better looking pets and mounts? Because in vanilla they had no pretty races. Before Blood Elves, all the races on the Horde side were just like kind of ugly. So they have better transportation options and some of their mounts are better. Although the Nightsaber mount is Alliance and Nightsaber mounts are the best. The Wolf mount is pretty cool. I mean, this is crazy. Ooh, there just are no mobs. Here we go. Worth it. We didn't accomplish anything. It's a bad day to be doing anything anywhere, I think. It's a bad day to be trying to kill mobs that are quest mobs. You just can't do it. Oh my gosh. I'll take a 10-minute timeout for that. Yeah, I mean, grinding dungeons is fine. It's yeah, I mean, what's gonna drive me crazy faster? not being able to get any mobs or grinding a Scarlet Monastery Cathedral over and over again. Like, I don't really know. I don't really know which one of those is going to drive me crazy faster. Because they both kind of suck. It obviously sucks to not be able to do any quests, but I don't know.
What can I do for you? Be careful. Light bless you.
Keep your nose clean in my town. Well met, traveler. There's opportunity to be had here if you're clever enough. I have work for one such as you.
I feel like it's almost worth it for people who are leveling right now to shelf their character at level 40. And then when the TBC pre-patch comes out, you can take that level 40 character to Dustwallow Marsh. And in the TBC pre-patch, Dustwallow Marsh is going to have a ton of quests. They added a new hub for Alliance, like a new hub for Horde. They fleshed out the quests out of Theramore. They added some quests in random spots. Like, Dustwallow Marsh is a really great zone with so many quests once the pre-patch kicks in. And it's right at this level 40 spot, like level 38 to 45, where there's really nothing you can do. And everything you try to do is like completely farmed out. Because this is going to be rough. I think if I play 4 or 5 hours every day at this rate, with what we've been able to accomplish in a given day, if I play 4 or 5 hours every day, by pre-patch in 12 days, we'll be level 48. We'll be level 48 or 49 at this rate by the time pre-patch hits. Even playing 4 or 5 hours a day. $40 to $50 took longer than $50 to $60. Yeah, because $50 to $60, you have quite a few zones you can go to where you can do lots of grindy quests. You know, $50 to $60, you can do Fellwood, you can do Winterspring, you can do Eastern and Western Plaguelands, you can do the later half of, you might have stuff to do in Ungoro, you're going to have stuff to do in, like, 50 to 60 is fine. If you get 50, then you can typically find stuff to do. it really is good. It's still going to take you a lot of time, right? It's still going to be like 50 to 60. That's probably like 30 or 40 hours of gameplay. But there's going to be quests for you to do because there's lots of zones in that range that you can do. Blasted Lands. But yeah, I don't know. 40 to 50 is tough. As long as I'm able to fight stuff, I'm having a good time. The problem is quickly becoming there's nothing for me to fight on my own consistently. Like, if I want to be able to grind on my own consistently and actually have mobs to fight at this point, we have to figure out where we can go that avoid all quests. We have to find somewhere where there's lots of mobs, where there's no questing in the area. Because otherwise, no matter where I go, there just isn't enough for me to kill. But yeah, it is what it is. We can't fix it, but we could help it out. You know what would really help this situation out? Having a Joyous Journeys buff for the last of the weeks heading up the pre-patch. That would fix my problem. If we would have a Joyous Journeys buff for 1 or 2 weeks leading up to pre-patch, all my problems would be solved. People say a rogue can't raid on TBC. It's the worst PvE class. Is that true? I don't know and I don't care. What I do is I have a guild. And then in that guild, I'm friends with the guild leader. And then he gives me a spot in the raid. Like, I just get a guild, you know? Like, if you're worried about whether or not you're going to find a raid spot, just get into a guild as that class. It's really the only way you're going to guarantee it. As for whether or not the rogue's any good, I'm going to find out. We will see how we stack up and compare to other specs and other classes. If we had Joyous Journeys, I'd probably grind dungeons. Like, we would go back to Scarlet Monastery because it would be much more efficient. Or we could find that corner of the world where nobody else is and we could just fight random mobs. And then, you know, getting 50% more XP would make that worth it. Alright, let's empty our inventory and then we'll head back out. Yeah, what I care about is going to be my damage on a boss. I'm not going to look at my overall raid damage, because that's going to be all AoE on trash. What I'm going to look at to see whether or not I'm performing is A, am I staying alive through the boss fight? Okay. B, what are my single target numbers on the boss compared to everyone else?
I got what you.
I obviously, I'm not going to do like the same amount of damage as a mage or a warlock because I simply don't have as much AoE to spam at the trash packs. But that's not the expectation. Alright. Sealed crate. What do we got in the sealed crate? Just some junk. Figures.
Yeah. Hurry back.
If somebody can tell me where the guy is, like, where's he at? Let's find him. That way I know where he's at. Because we're looking for a shady dealer, and I have no idea where he would be. I could search through every single building, and I could still not find him. So if we have any idea where he's at, I'll go look. But I've already kind of looked on my own, and I didn't find him on my own, so... let's hit the bank. I'm gonna drop some leather in the bank.
Yeah, what do you want? Keep it real.
Let's grab the quest for the Naga. We could probably work on that one, level 43.
Hello. See you around.
Talk to me. Keep it real.
Light be with you, for the Alliance. Need help?
Yeah, I'm not seeing the guy. Like, no doubt he's here somewhere, but I've looked in most of the houses, and I'm just not seeing him. So, I don't know. I'm not incredibly worried about it. It'd be really nice to have Vanishing Powder. It would get us out of some of those bad situations that I tend to get us into. But if I can't find the guy, I don't know. I can't find him. What do we got? We got a tailoring shop up here. I doubt he's going to be up top here. He's in an alleyway behind the upper level. An alleyway behind the upper level. Okay. That is something.
What's up? Be good.
Yeah, wherever they've put him, I mean, they hit him well. They did a good job. They did a good job of hiding him. Unfortunately, I'm kind of tired of looking for him. Maybe, well, no, that's not an alley, that's a building. He's not back here, is he? No, he's not back here. Yeah, I don't know. I give up. Well, with 3 warlocks there and 3 succubus, that camp is completely unapproachable. It's going to take more than one player to break that up. Yeah, that was another questing area back there that was completely farmed out. That was the singing blue crystal shards that drop off those goblins. It doesn't look like we're ever going to get that quest done. That's a really small area for those mobs to be in. There are not a lot of them. And that's always a tough one to get done, even when the population isn't as crazy. Oh, this was good. I'm glad I got myself in the middle of that. Is a 4050 a good laptop to play WoW? It depends on what version of WoW you're playing. It sounds fine. For Classic, it's fine. For Classic, you could play it on a toaster oven connected to a CRT monitor. But if it's got a 4050, it's probably fine for anything. WoW is an old game. It doesn't take like massive hardware to run it. Some stuff in retail can bog down a machine. But that's because it's retail. It's like a technological equivalent of a Jenga tower on the verge of collapse. I mean, I personally would never use a laptop for gaming, but that's just a personal preference. I'm sure they're absolutely fine. But obviously for what I do, I would never use a laptop. And I don't travel a lot, so I don't really have a reason for a gaming laptop. Well, we got all the tusks that we need. If we can find one more of the fetishes, that'd be nice. I would be happy with that. But I think only the mystics or whatever drop those. So it's about whether or not the game is going to spawn in any mystics for us to find. Justin, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Alright, guys, unfortunately, I am out of time for today. We could kill hundreds more trolls, and we probably will do that, but we will be doing that tomorrow. I was hoping to find the last item of the mystics, but there are no mystics, and the ones we found did not have the item. So we will do that tomorrow. Thank you guys very much for joining me today. I really do appreciate all the support. As always, take care of yourselves out there in the real world and take care of each other. And we will see you back in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.